Hello! I am here to do the monthly myth. I'll see if anyone shows up because I did not announce it. I'm just here. Hello. Let's rock out! Rock out! Hey, Melting Star! How are you? I made it! What did you think of this stream on TikTok, Melting Star? That was intense. From the mountains to Taiwan, trying to protect your souls. Yay! Yay! Oh my gosh, I didn't tell you! Melting Star! I went down to Bad Apple Energy and I applied as a medium and they approved for me to rent the studio space, so I'm gonna be doing mediumship there. I'm excited. I was packing and cleaning, so I missed a lot of it. No worries. There was a lot of trolls. I had a lot of people in there being jerks and like basically just came in there to make fun of me. And that was a new experience. I have to say that like I haven't had a whole lot of that. I guess I'm used to Twitch and how kind everybody is, so that was definitely a different experience. People were being the poo-poo-doo-doo caca heads. Let's see. I think I saw a few trolls when I stopped and watched. Yeah, they were out in droves today. But it was kind of a good experience, to be honest, because I'm gonna run into that. There's no getting away from that. So, I don't know. I guess I was in a receptive mood to have that happen, so I'm glad it happened when I was in a receptive mood and not one where I was gonna be defeated by it. Trolls are a herding species? They do herd around each other. Oh, that's so funny. It's so true. A herding species. I love that. I couldn't find any reference to what I wanted to do. I read about the Fae Dragon, and it says that they're about the size of a cat, and they're mischievous, and so I kind of wanted to play on that. Like, giving them some cat attributes. like having that dragon, but like also having little cat attributes. So we'll see if I like this or if I absolutely hate it, because there's a good chance it could go either way. I couldn't find any like reference stuff to inspire what I was thinking, so I'm just kind of sketching and trying to figure out what the heck I'm doing. And I started putting the lives up too on YouTube too. Yeah, maybe this is too cat-like. I don't know, I can't decide. Oh, you thought I handled it with grace? Thank you for saying so. Yeah, there was some... I thought I handled it pretty good too, so I appreciate you saying that. I got a lot of people that, I think ultimately liked how I handled it, because I had so many trolls, but I had way more followers than I normally get. And I think it's because, like, there was these trolls coming in and I wasn't letting it defeat me. I think people can appreciate that. Ultimately. Well, it looks ridiculous so far. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna put in the, I can't remember what Feminichi's spiral? What is it called? And make sure I'm kind of following this motion. So I'm gonna turn this down. I'm gonna turn this one down. And then I'm gonna come over the top and do another sketch, but change a few and just a few things. Hi Lahara, how's it going? So I'm gonna increase the size of the head. I want the head to be closer to us, like he's coming at us like he's trying to bite us, playfully. I was reading that they were mischievous, so I'm trying to get some of that mischievous type stuff in there. So I'm definitely trying to play on that. Let's see. So I need to move this body over too slightly so I get more in that spiral in my action. Oh, shoot! No! Cancel. Get out of there! Okay, so I'm gonna move this slightly over so I get more of that directional. They also call this action lines, so I'm like trying to follow the action lines. I also think that I'm gonna make the body smaller, like it's more in the distance. So let's do that. So it kind of tapers. Okay, so then we want to bring the tail swooping this way, so we've got the line of action happening. Line of action, tail swoopies. Okay, line of action. Tail swoopies. This tail's a little thick. Let's spin it. Have you been? I've been good. I've been just doing a lot of self-growth, self-healing, jumping into avenues of expression and other platforms. How about you? This tail swoopy into the face, so we get kind of like this movement. So we're bringing the tail closer. So this goes on top, and we'll bring the tail away in perspective. Let's bring it away in perspective, and then thicken it back up as we bring it towards us. Alright, because I don't want it to be just one-dimensional. Yeah, because I want it to follow the line of action with the body. But I don't want it to feel like it's fitting that circular stuff too much, because then it will feel unnatural. So trying to bring some of that swoopy energy in. Oh my gosh, Sarah, and I just found out that like Bad Apple does like yoga and stuff on Wednesdays. Totally gonna do that. I already told him, I was like, I'm gonna sign up. Yoga, I'm down. Oh, Melting Star. Sorry, I think I might have called you by your name. I apologize. I think I want like more of a bug type feel. Hi, Typo! I just got done a 5-mile walk and had to work late, but worked it to my advantage. Nice. Ironically, I was listening to some chill wave whilst I worked, kind of like this. Nice. Yeah, yoga class is great. I'm excited to get into some yoga again. I was telling the lady, I was like, you know, I try to do it by myself, but honestly, I think I miss the overall, like, how it feels to do those types of things with others. And that's totally a me thing, I think. It's not everybody. It's not that I want to be social, it's just that, like, when I do yoga, I want someone to help me if I'm doing the poses wrong, because I really tweaked my neck, like, super bad, and I was out of commission for about 3 months because I tweaked my neck, and I really need someone to be like, please don't hold that pose like that, or knock it off. If it hurts, don't do it. Yeah, that kind of thing. Because I'll push myself until I break my body. And I'm really bad at listening to my body. Hopefully I'm getting better at that, but I still think it's really important to practice it with other people so I don't hurt myself. So the instructor can be like, maybe you should make better judgment for yourself. Yes, I have neck issues, and I mucked up my neck bad thanks to home yoga. Exactly! That's what I'm talking about! I tried to do it by myself and I fucked it up. So that's why I need someone to be like, you're holding that pose wrong, please, you know, you want to correct your pose and stuff like that. Like, just having that extra eye on, like, what you're doing, because it's easy to, like, look at a pose and think you're doing it right, but you're not doing it right at all. Not at all! Oops, you just threw out your neck. Good luck with that. These YouTube videos don't correct your pose for you. I've always wondered how you can work while walking. Work while you walk? What do you mean? That's awesome. I have more questions about the... It's called Bad Apple, I guess. Magic Apple, the next time we talk. I need to do more yoga too. Yeah, because I thought about, like, signing up for the rec center. But when I was there today, they were like, oh yeah, we do yoga and we're starting next month. And I was like, oh, I'm down. I kind of would like to do it more in a spiritual capacity too, and less in a, like, exercise type thing, because, like, I don't really do it to exercise, I do it to better connect with myself. I mean, not like, that's not a good thing, the exercise, it's, like I said, it's just mainly what I like to do yoga for is more meditation, spiritual, and my favorite part is child pose. I'm just sitting there in child pose, not moving. You'll not get me out of child pose. Hi, Crazy Taz! Oh my gosh, thank you for the resub! How are you, Crazy Taz? And thank you, Monk, for giving that. And thank you for showing your subscription, Crazy Taz. It's kind of weird under the desk treadmill. It helps because I have ADD, so it helps me short circuit my brain and keep me on task. You know, that's interesting because, you know, some people learn that way, so whatever works for you, and that's what's important. Okay, so I'm gonna move to the next phase of my sketch here. Trying to nail it down. I haven't even started the wings. He's not looking in the same direction. I always love that. I derpified him. My main goal here is to make him cute, so I'm trying to make these eyes just right, because if not, he'll lose the cuteness factor. Like he's trying, like but not menacing at all. You'd see him and you'd be like, oh, I want to pet you even though you're angry. Like, that's an angry noodle. So angry. Angry noodle. I deal with ADD with my way too loud metal music. Honestly, guys, can we... Okay. My idea of ADD is that everybody has it, that we're just culturally told that we have to sit down and be quiet, and that is why we're seeing an overabundance of people that have been diagnosed. I was diagnosed as a child, but I learned coping mechanisms, and you can say, okay, well, you still have ADD, to learn to pay attention, and it was just a factor of just having too much stuff going on all the time, because we are growing up with entertainment, and class is fucking boring. It's really fucking boring. Life, in general, is not as eventful as the things that we grew up with to learn to multitask. So I believe that everybody has ADD. I mean, that's my opinion. Yeah, and honestly, don't take offense to this, but I think that a lot of it is home trauma based. I grew up in a traumatic home, so I believe that a lot of my ADD symptoms were just trauma home. I was growing up in a family where they didn't want to teach me things, they want me to shut up and sit down, and I had a lack of support from my emotional states, and I was escaping into my mind. So I think that it's really trauma home based as well, but that's just my opinion. Oof, yeah. I'm pretty sure my cat has ADD because he keeps getting up on the back of my chair, meows at me, nibbles my hair, sits down, snuggles for a minute, and then leaves for a few, then repeats. I know that I don't have the... Some people don't like my view on ADD, but I also believe that it's part of being more spiritual and not fitting in with the world around us. And they can't expect us to grow up with constant entertainment and then be told to sit down and shut up. for something that they don't even try to make even remotely entertaining. Just the school structure in general and society is just, we're not in a good place right now. I mean, as a trans woman who grew up in a very religious home, I absolutely have trauma, religious trauma, and trauma growing up with a family I knew would never accept me, and that I would someday lose. Hey, all that happened, I survived, but I learned early on that my family love had limits. Yeah, and that's not unconditional love. And that's what I mean, like a lot of us that are quote unquote ADD, we come from trauma homes and people that didn't accept us for who we were. They told us to shut up and sit down and wouldn't even let us express our own emotions. So we learned to cope on an empathic level. We expressed ourselves more through emotions, but we didn't even get a chance to understand our own emotions because we were busy trying to understand other people's. And then there was just a lack of, loving and understanding from the parental units and the adults in our life. But again, this is all my opinion. If you disagree, feel free to disagree. I just think that a lot of what we're diagnosing ourselves with is just the times that we're living in. I mean, my family didn't think that they were responsible for teaching me the material for school before I got into school. So I went undetected with not knowing the material for a good long amount of time. I think he's cute so far. Oh, I think I'm accomplishing it. I need to do his wing still. Can't really see his paw here. His little hand. Do I need to bring it down? I'm wondering if I should bring it straight down. Let's go on another layer and try that. No, that doesn't work. Makes some awkwardness. Y'all troopers. I want kids someday, but my goal is to never make them scared to live their life because that's what my family did to me. A lot it was always don't do this or do this will happen or this will happen, don't do this or this will happen, and then filled my mind with so much fear, even ruined my adulthood now, and it sucks. That's what I mean, Crazy Taz. Like that's exactly what I'm talking about. I came out to my mom to let her know that I was a medium at a young age. She told me that it runs in the family, we're not allowed to talk about it. told me to hide that. You know, I grew up in that kind of atmosphere where there was just, I was constantly being told not to be myself, so I get that. And right now I'm just trying to help my children understand that they don't have to hide themselves. And my mom's like, you're a horrible mom. She tells me I'm a horrible mom. And I'm like, and she says it's because I don't discipline them enough and that they're manipulating me because they cry. And I'm like, no, they're not manipulating me. They're upset and I'm listening to them. And we talk about why they're upset and we work it out together. Like, that's the way it should be. I shouldn't, like, discipline my kids for having emotions. She told my daughter she was ugly when she cries. My daughter still talks about that. And that, it just breaks my heart. My daughter was crying and she's like, you're ugly when you cry, you know that. Who talks to a freaking 10-year-old like that? I think she was 9 at the time. Who fucking talks to a 9-year-old and tells them that they're ugly when they cry? This is yes! She said that to my 9-year-old! And this is the atmosphere I grew up in. No wonder I have problems expressing my emotions. But yeah, I totally agree. And that's why, like I said, like, I think a lot of ADD is trauma-based, because the fucking amount of trauma that, you know, I had to endure being told that it wasn't okay to be myself, to express myself, to have emotions, except for my mom. Okay, so I wrote this in my book. I think I wrote, the way it was growing up with my mom is that she had freaking landmines all over the place and I had to navigate her emotions. I constantly had to learn, okay, she's in this mood, I can't act like this when she's in this mood. So I had to be very hyper focused on her emotions. So this is where the hyper focus comes in and why it's important when you're in trauma. Being able to hyper focus on, this is what my mom is feeling right now, so I need to avoid certain subjects so she doesn't blow up. Because I wasn't allowed to have emotions. I wasn't allowed to have them. So I was always navigating these landmines of emotion that she was allowed to have, but I wasn't. And then when she would get overflown, like, because she had a small boat with tons of emotions on top of it, and when her emotions poured over, it would be my fault. It would, no matter like what happened, like if her emotions overflowed, they'd end up being my problem. And this is where the traumatic thing comes in, is because, like, I'm learning that I'm responsible for other people's emotions, so I'm trying to people please, and I become an extreme people pleaser to the point where I can't cope because I'm trying to make everyone else happy because mom was never happy. And I'm not allowed to have emotions, so everybody else matters, but not me. When you grow up into that, like, type of home, you're always hyper-fixating on people's emotions, and you're hyper-fixating on your environment. People clicking their pin, doing this, distracting from school. You're hyper-focused on your environment because trauma is all around you and you're waiting for the other shoe to drop, always just waiting on edge. And so you're hyper-focused on your environment and it's hard to pay attention to somebody lecturing that, and you're not connected to that emotionally, the materials. So, when they made it fun, when they made it passion-based, when they made it, like, exciting, I remember learning all of that stuff. And it's because they pulled the attention that way. The attention was on my environment, trying to make sure that socially I was playing the game. Because there was so many people that hated me and I couldn't figure out why. And my attention and focus was on, why does everybody fucking hate me? Why does my mom hate me? Why do all my peers hate me? And that's my focus, not school. So when they want to say that I had attention deficit disorder, it was environmental. I grew up thinking everybody fucking hated me and I didn't belong in the world. Trauma-based. Sorry, I went on a... Whew.
We want to live by each other's happiness, not by
I think a lot of mental illness are trauma-based. My mom has a lot of trauma, and that's why she is the way that she is with me, unfortunately. But I've learned to heal over time, at least not saying you guys are mentally ill, but I am. But that's one thing I'll never tell my kids is you're not allowed to say no. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was told so much as a kid, and so many bad things happened to me because of that dumb rule. Exactly, you were allowed to say no. You were allowed, and I tell my kids this all the time, like, if you feel like I've gone over a boundary, or you feel like I went too far, I want you to, like, talk to me. If you think I was overreactive, if you have an opinion, you're allowed to express your emotions about what I did. You're allowed to express yourself. I'm gonna listen. You're not getting in trouble for disagreeing with me. And I tell them all the time that. And sometimes, like, there'll be a time where it's very rare, but they'll be like, I really think you overreacted on that. And of course, I'm in the middle of being upset or something like that, and I'm like, no, I'm not. And then I try to pull myself away from the situation, think about it, and come back, and I'm like, I'm sorry, girls, I really did overreact. Because if my kids are saying that, it's because they really feel it. And I'm trying to understand that they're allowed, they're their own little people. I'm raising little people that are going to be big people one day, and they are allowed to have their own opinions, their own expression, and their own emotions, and they're allowed to tell me, Mommy, I think you went too far, or Mommy, I don't think that grounding is fair, and we're going to talk about it. And sometimes sorry, it is fair, and this is why, you know. And sometimes I'm like, yeah, like, let's talk about it. Because if you want to shorten it, what can we do to shorten that grounding? You know? What can I do to make sure that you learned your lesson and you won't do it again? You know, that kind of stuff when we talk about it. We talk about how mistakes and failure and all of that is just a part of learning, and that they're allowed to make mistakes. And because my parents did not make me feel like I could make mistakes. I'm a perfectionist to the point where it's a bad thing, and that's why my studio name is Dead On. It's because I was a perfectionist to the point where it was destroying my world. That is why my studio name is Dead On. It's perfectionism, because that was my life. It's no longer that, thank goodness. In the last 2 years, I don't know that Dead On fits me anymore because I'm not a perfectionist, but I think it fits me in different ways. Like, I love it for different reasons now. But that's why I named my company that, is because I had a overactive perfectionism and held myself to a standard that was just not, other people weren't holding themselves to that same standard. But it came from that trauma home. That's a good way to go about it, because so much stuff I hid from my mom and still do till this day, due to all of you're not allowed to say no and what I say goes. Yeah, I want my kids to feel like they can express themselves and say no. And we talk about it, and sometimes I disagree with them, and I'm like, okay, well, you know, but this is why I disagree. Like, I'm always telling them why. I don't think it's fair for me to be like, okay, you're allowed to express yourself and then we don't talk through it. They're allowed to disagree with me, and I tell them that you are allowed to disagree with me, but I'm also allowed to disagree with you. Mommy's allowed to disagree with you too. I keep making him smaller because I want these big, huge wings on him, and I haven't even begun with the wings yet. I think he's working though, so far. I think he's a cutie. He's like, angry. He's angry. I gotta get these wings on here. I want the wings to be big and beautiful. And I keep running out of space. I'm gonna put him lower on the screen, I think. And I'm gonna draw these wings out. And if I have to move him again, heck, if I have to put him on 11 by 17, I will. Darn it. I don't want the whole page to be wings, but it needs to be. What am I gonna do?
We stayed up all night, talking to each other, whispers under covers. You told me your life wasn't always easy. I said I know the feeling. I told you all about the scar on my shoulder, and you told me you're terrified of getting older. We stayed up all night, the first night of a million more. 'Cause I'm gonna love you inside out. I'm gonna love you inside out. Nothing you say is gonna scare me.
He must have big wings. I know, I'm like, I'm trying. You must have big wings, big butterfly wings.
I'm gonna love you inside out. Nothing you say is gonna scare me. Now still gonna love you inside out.
Okay, let me erase this on the sides we can't see it.
Made fun of each other, lost in one another. You held me so tight, and it felt like I was home, just the two of us alone. You said you don't wanna end up like your parents. You said, don't you worry, I'm not gonna let us. We stayed up all night, the first night of a million more. 'Cause I'm gonna love you inside out. I'm gonna love you inside out. Nothing you say is gonna scare me. Now still gonna love you
What do I have? As far as piercings? Another topic completely, I'm going to get a Medusa piercing at the end of the month. Currently I have the 3 lip piercings and then gauged ears. That's what I currently have. I did have the tops of my earlobes pierced, but the earrings were trying to push out and it was just doing some weird stuff and they were getting infected, and so I took them out. I was like, I'm not playing this game. My body's rejecting it, and I was getting knots on my ears, so I took those out. I don't know if it was how they were pierced, because somebody used a hollow needle on it, and then I've heard other people talk about how a piercing gun is better for those spots. The guy also, when he pierced it, he went through a vein. Oh my gosh, it was horrible. I bled all over my shirt. Blood was everywhere. And I was like, I don't want to do this. Like, I don't want to get the other one pierced. And he's like, you paid for it. Turn your fucking head. And I was like, I really don't want to do this because that was extremely painful. And I'm bleeding all over the place. And he's like, turn your fucking head. And I turned my head because I'm a trauma response person. And he pierced it. So that's my story about my, my cartilage piercing. Blood fucking everywhere. And some guy traumatized me and screamed at me. And it worked because, like I said, I came from a trauma home, so. I was like only, I think I was like 19? 18? I was 18. It's like just 18. And he was talking to me like that. I trip him in public. Yeah. Oh, well, and then it was worse because I went to Warped Tour that same week. Well, no, I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks later. And I went to Warped Tour and I was super excited because I was like, oh my gosh, like I'm gonna go and see AFI. They're one of my favorite bands. And I went up. This is like, why does this stuff happen to me? I went up to the AFI booth. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I love AFI. And I was talking to somebody, might have been talking to my sister, but I was like, I'm so excited. Like, I'm gonna buy a hoodie. This is my favorite band. And it was the first concert I'd ever been to. And I asked the guy, I'm like, I want to buy an AFI hoodie. And he throws a small at me. Because I was like, I think I'm a small. So he throws the small at me, and then I look at it, and I'm like, you know, I think this is a little too small. Can I see a medium? And he goes, who the fuck do you think I am? And I'm like looking around, I'm like, what? And he's like, I'm not a fucking retail bitch. I'm not your fucking cashier, and I'm not in a retail fucking shop. You're gonna buy that fucking small because I'm not giving you a fucking medium. I'm part of the fucking band. Noel's like, I was so shocked. I ended up paying for the hoodie and I didn't even stay for the AFI concert. Didn't even stay. I was like, but I did go to another one, like, because it's Warped Tour, so there's a bunch of bands playing. I ended up going to another band's concert and people were like jumping on top and crowd surfing. And the reason I bring up my piercings is because somebody was crowd surfing and they kicked me in the head. I mean, they kicked me hard in the head. They almost knocked me out, but they kicked me in the side of the head while they were crowd surfing. And I ended up falling to the ground, getting back up, and just blood was soaked all over my face again. Same ear. Same ear. The guy that pierced through the fucking vein, it was the same ear. It got kicked and just blood all over the side of my face. And I was like, I'm taking it out. I'm taking it out. I have to. Like, this is not gonna get better. I had a huge lump forming on the back of the ear that was cut through the vein, and it was getting a huge bubble on the back, and I was like, he's like telling me, oh, that's normal. It's not normal, and that lump didn't go away. Let me feel. Wow, did it finally go away? Nope, I still have the hole. The lump is gone, but I still have the hole. I don't know why people think they can talk to me like that. Yeah, so it was the left side, he went through the vein. This side's all healed up. I can't even feel the lump. But no, the one that got kicked and blood all over my face, and this one bled, like it still has a lump on the back, so. Fuck that asshole. I know, like, I don't understand. I would have been pissed at that point. Yeah, I was done with AFI. I never listened to their music the way I used to. Like, was I there? I felt like I remember that. Yeah, you were there. You were there. I think I was talking to you and I was like gloating about how much like I was super excited about meeting AFI and seeing their bands, and I was gonna buy their t-shirt and support them, and then that guy yelled at me and like I don't even remember what he said. He was the bassist or the fucking drummer. I don't know who the fuck he was. But it doesn't matter. You don't talk to people like that. I don't care if you're fucking famous. Don't talk to me like that. I've had the worst luck with famous people. I don't know what it is. I had a movie star come up to me and was like, nice body. And I was like, what the fuck did you just say to me? And he was like shocked that it wasn't okay to talk to someone like that. I think he thought he was giving me a compliment. I'm sorry, I don't care who the fuck you are. You do not talk to me like that. He was like, taken aback. I just wanted to tell you, you have a nice body. Back the fuck off, dude. So yeah, I have great. But there's other things, like I love Birthday Massacre so much. I met them in person. I told you, you guys know that Birthday Massacre is one of my favorite bands. It goes beyond just like loving them as a band, because I met them in person and they're fucking kick-ass. They were so kind and they were so loving. They were so loving. It was amazing. So I mean, like, not all bad experiences. They were so kind to me. I didn't get to meet the lead singer, but I met Rainbow. Rainbow was amazing. All he did was lose a fan? Mm-hmm. That's only appropriate to say to you if you're dragging a corpse around? Yeah. Jeez. My piercer is a lesbian and hit on me at first, but realized that I had a wife. But we ended up becoming really good friends. She hangs out with us and listens to music. Nice. Girl, I work at Five Below. I had a drunk guy yell like 1 inch away from my face with wine glasses that we don't even have. I was like, okay. Now I look back and laugh my ass off. Like, yelled at you? For what? That is the good thing about underground, non-mainstream bands. They are so humble and everything they do is for their fans. Right, it was just a great experience. They're just so kind and down to earth. Not all of them are that good, like when it comes to like kindness, so it's not all underground bands. I've known a few people that think they are God's gift to the music industry and they have like little to no following. So it can go either way for sure. I met one of my favorite bands in 2019. July Talk. They weren't the headliner and weren't well known, so I got to hang out with the band and listen to Metric, and they like bugged me where to get good barbecue in, oh that's so awesome, Kentucky, and they took me out with them. It was pretty cool. That is awesome. Yeah, like I've heard stories like some people are like, oh, I let this band stay the night at my house and they stole all my pillows. Okay, they stole all your pillows off your couch? She's like, yeah, they stole all my pillows. So I mean, it just seems like so hit and miss. So, interesting enough, I found out, through doing research that the Fae Dragons change colors as they age, and that they start with, I think it was purple, and then go all the way to pink, like magenta. And they live like, was it 5,000 years? But like they mature by the age of 5, and they go through all of the colors of the rainbow, which was a really cool thing that I read. So I'm trying to decide what color my dragon's gonna be because that will determine his age. July Talk was cool AF. They came back to Kentucky in the end of this year, and they've already asked me if I'm going to the show or would explore with them. That's so awesome. That is why I love Linkin Park so much. They started as a super small band, and even though they got as big as they are now, they still kept the humble fans first aspect about them. It's just sad how Linkin Park ended. Mine is going to be somewhere between purple to blue-green. Maybe some neon pink, yeah. I met a small band called Look What I Did. They peed and spit on the crowd? Never listened to them again? What? They peed on the crowd. What the hell? I would be pissed. Well, I mean, covered in it. But I would be so angry that I would literally never listen to them either. Did they end up peeing on you? Were you in the front? Oh my gosh, that's horrible. I'm so excited. I'm getting my contacts tomorrow for the first time. Nice! That's exciting! I'm trying to decide. Okay, so purple and then ends in magenta. Let's go with like a turquoise. He gonna be turquoise dragon. He gonna be turquoise. Turquoise dragon. The turkeys. The turquoise. Me turquoise dragon. I might try to give him a like a rainbow sheen. Hi Hex! Welcome in, Hex! Oh, oh, oh. How's everybody's Drago going? I decided I needed to work on it because I need to start con propping because I'm gonna start my traveling escapades soon again.
Letting go, yeah, it isn't easy. Two hearts slowly breaking. Living the highs and lows, I'm keeping busy. Don't know if we were saving. Are we
I see a lot of them with butterfly or bird wings. I've decided to do the dragonfly wings. Aww. Hello Ben, a while since I've came here. Oh my gosh. Azir. Wait. Weren't you one of my first like viewers like 4 years ago? Didn't you used to come in like when I only had like maybe like 3 views? Or like less? And hang out with me? Like in the beginning of my whole Twitch thing? No, like 1.5 years ago?
It's getting late, wanna fade away into the ocean waves.
I think you didn't start following me from all that long ago though. Maybe you came back like a year and a half ago, but like you didn't start hanging out with me about 4 years ago, did you?
Are we falling deeper, or are we just pretending?
If I'm wrong, I apologize.
If the world was ending, are we meant to be, or are we second guessing? Would you stay
Yes,
with me
okay.
if the
That's what I
world
thought.
was ending?
Well, welcome back in. How have you been? I bet a lot has changed. No, but a friend of mine did know you? Okay. Everyone has running away from it. I was the other side of the stage when he started peeing. They and then almost caused people to get crushed. I didn't stay after that. Yeah, I don't blame you. Freak that. Who gives him the right? Who thinks he has the right to do that? Just saying. Who the fuck? Why does he think he can do that? Well, I'm so famous, I'm gonna piss on people like Kellyanne West. It's probably what he was thinking. I'm doing good. Just life being life. Yeah, totally get that. You working on any big projects? I mean, it matters what you consider big projects. Right now I'm diving into spiritualism and mediumship. And I'd call that a pretty big project, but I don't know if that's what you mean. Because that's what my project is right now. Carry on all the problems. Get to know I know. That's more of a medium project. Hey! I count it. I'm still hosting the monthly myth, and the monthly myth for this month is the Fae Dragon. So that's an art project I'm working on, but I'm hoping to finish that over the next few days here, because I'm gonna start comm prepping, because I'm gonna start traveling again. I'm just laying everything out and testing colors before I paint it on canvas. Oh my goodness, yeah. I am trying to figure out if I'm going the direction in which I want to. Giving him little dew claws. Dew claws! I'm trying to make him cute. I originally wanted to do a few of them and make a sticker sheet, but I decided against it. Yeah, honestly, he might be a cute sticker. Because I was trying to figure out what I was going to do with him. If I was going to make him a print, if I was going to do a background. That might not be a bad idea to make this guy that I'm doing right now. I don't want to steal your idea, but... make him a sticker, because I think he would make a better sticker. I mean, it's definitely not square though. Got too many sticker designs already? Well, I love your sticker designs. Thank you for your lurk. Melting Star. Okay, stop. You gotta finish your line work first. And I'm like, but I don't want to because I'm trying to find colors that go together. Ah! If you make a mistake, I'm gonna buy it, just saying. Aww. Yeah, but I'm excited to start my mediumship at this, I have to pay rent at this spirit shop, but I'm gonna start doing that, and that's pretty daunting, but I'm pretty excited about it, because I know that my community needs me. Trying to be there for the universe right now. We need it. We need it right now. Okay, so let's see. Yes, 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 yes. Ignore me and my yeses. I'm just very excited because I feel like I'm making progress. Progress is good, I say. I don't know why I'm doing this, because I totally could have done this easier, but no, I decided to work on the same layer to drive myself bonkers. I do that. Whoa there, what's going on here? Oh, that is the wrong thing, that's why. It's like, why is it doing that weird? I figured it out. And guys, I'm just gonna put it out there because I just feel like I need to. If you guys are unsure about what mediumship is and you have questions about it, don't be afraid to ask. I am not going to have a problem with questions. And I'm putting that out there because I don't know that everybody knows what I'm talking about when I say that. And I would rather people not assume and just ask if they have questions. don't bite. My dragon does though. Look at him. He's so cute. He's the kind of bitey dragon that you're like, oh, I trust you, you're not gonna bite me. Oh, he bit me! There's this bird at this like pet store here locally, and it was like beckoning me over to it. It was like calling me, all excited to see me. And like his energy and his eyes were like darting big and small and big and small and big and small, like as I was getting closer to him, and I was like, he's gonna bite me. Like he wants to bite me. And as I got closer, like he opens his beak like he's gonna bite me, and I'm like, I knew it! And like now I go to this pet store and there's signs everywhere that says this bird bites. I think he got a couple people. And I was like, has he always done that? And they're like, he's just been a jerk lately, and I don't know why, but he's been biting people. And I'm like, because now there's signs all over his cage, like, don't go near this bird. And I'm like, I knew it! I knew it! He's like, and I'm like, no! You bite me. Call me over to bite me. He's a big bird. One of those red ones. Huge parrots. Yeah, and like his eyes were just like big and small, like getting excited, like, here we go, I get to attack her. Like, I'm reading what you're throwing down, and I don't like it, sir. I am not playing this game with you. You will not attack me. I'm on to you.
Where did we go wrong? Where did we lose our faith? My brother is in need, but can he depend on me? Do you think if one of you tried, maybe we could find another and the other? If you gave more than you took, life could be so good. Come on and shine. Now's the time
To free, to do what you want to do.
you got to live
Your life. Do what you want to do.
Come on and shine.
You're free to do what you want to do.
You got to
Live your life. To do what you want to do. Live your time for. Do, do, do.
when you're down and you're feeling bad. Everybody has left your side. Feels like no one will pull you through. It's your
Seducing with charm and then chomp. Yeah, that's what he was doing.
make that change. Let's start
But I'm so glad I was onto him.
to get out of bed. Get out of
I don't think that would have felt very good.
love is scared. The tears right there. If you want it, you reach for it.
You're free to do what you want to do.
You got to live a
Your life. To do what you want to do.
what you wanna do. Not in track.
You're free to do what you want to do.
What you wanna do. Got to live
Your life. To do what you want to do. In your time.
when you're down and you're feeling bad.
to do.
You got to live
Your life to do what you want to do.
Now's the time, 'cause you're
I love that song, obviously. 'Cause you're free. Okay, so let's put this here. Ah! Can't draw while dancing. I will try. Unsuccessfully. Pipe, pipe. I still don't know what colors I'm doing, but I'm just gonna throw some flats on here and see what direction I'm going. So far, he's where I want him to be. I might change his tail to a leaf, guys. Or a bud. Would that be weird if his tail was a bud? I think I'm gonna change his tail to a bud. I'm gonna erase this line work on his tail here, and I'm gonna make it a bud. Like a rosebud, or some kind of flower. That would be cute. Yay! Yeah, so I'm still gonna curl it around, I think. Definitely gonna give him some kind of bud. Do 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 do. So I'm gonna finish this. baby. Okay, so let's look up. Let's look up lotus flowers. Lotus blooms. Oh, cute! I'm totally putting a lotus bloom on him. Lotus bloom. Oh, it's so cute. I would have put it on his head too. Okay, so let's draw this. Let's go pink. Let's put it on top of everything.
It is a film to describe to you the effect of cymatic frequencies on matter.
Ooh, I don't know. I might have to curl it down so the lotus is pointed downward. So it's not interrupting his face. Do 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 do. Oh, Bean, you're cute. Yes, you're cute. Look at you.
Everything owes
I love you, kitty.
solely and completely to sound.
And she's laying in front of me, soaking up the attention. Oh, she's upset. I stopped petting her. Did I tell you that you could stop? No, 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 no. Okay, I need to move this down. Yeah, right there. Okay, so let's put this here.
Stay one more night. Don't you know that my love is true? Let's make things
Jeez, I swear my neighbors
right.
are
What you're going through. Stay
so loud. That was loud. That was a loud
and I
bang.
know that it's not too late. Let's
Just lately they've been like slamming doors and stuff. Okay, so I think I kind of lost the Lotus feel a little bit there towards the end because of kind of diverted just slightly. I don't know that I like that I diverted. Let's try. That's too cute. Yay! I'm glad you like it so much. So I think what I need to do is come further out with this petal. I'm drawing it upside down. My reference is not upside down. There we go. That's what I thought. That's what happens when you try to draw something upside down. That's not upside down in your reference. It was wonkified. It was wonkified. That's why I love digital so much. I am able to unwalkify. His face looks good in reverse. He's quite cute, so that's good. Everything else is working, but the flower just looked wrong and I couldn't figure out what it was. I'm trying to think of the function of him. If I should make it so like he can like hide under the flower stuff so he can be incognito to protect himself. Look like a giant flower or something. What is your function, little guy? I'm not sure I like his wings. If they're I don't know if they're sitting with me. Hi Spires, how's it going? Yeah, I remember you. A long time ago. You make t-shirts, right? People are trying to test my memory today. I think people are coming back to TikTok. Or Twitch. What is this platform? Sorry, I'm now on TikTok, so I constantly say that now. Mess up my platforms. Because I am on other platforms now. Actually, do I want the tail in front or the head in front? I think I want the head in front. I was making the flower in front and then I realized that the head is closer in perspective and the tail is kind of mid-back. So let me me put the flower behind the head. Let's see how I like that. Behind the head, but not behind the wings. So yeah, let me go to the wings and delete the wings. There we go. And then let me go to this, delete this. Yeah, I think that works actually. Because his head is in front, so I wanted his head to... I'll put a lot of shadow on the flower to imply that his head is over the top of the flower. Okay, baby. Not afraid of the deep end. Makes more sense now. Yay! Not afraid of the deep end. Yeah, I'm surprised I'm actually remembering people. It's weird.
When you're mine.
Okay, let's merge these. Visible. Ah, shit! I put merge visible. I want merge selected.
When you're mine.
There is a difference.
In the water, drowning in you. But I don't wanna be rescued anymore.
Why can't I merge the selected layers? Give me a break. Is it because there was a weird layer in between all of them? Merge. Thank you.
When you're mine. When you're mine. Hold me up when we're a million miles from shore. We'll keep breathing, we'll keep breathing. Hold me up when we're a million miles from shore. I'm not afraid.
Not afraid of the deep end.
No, I'm
Not afraid of the deep end.
when you're mine. When you're mine. Out here in the water, drowning in you.
I will wanna be rescued anymore. Shouldn't have to be someone's rescue. I think the point is here that I am going to do the wings last. I really hope I hit record. I don't remember hitting it. Shit. Oh no. I don't think I started the time lapse. Alright, let me check. I will be so upset if I did not start the time lapse, guys. I forgot to start the time lapse. I just started it, so it is what it is. I got better memory than you. Do you normally forget entirely? You're horrible with names? Oh, I see. Memory. I see. I thought you were talking about me forgetting the recording. Yeah, I'm on the same page now. Oh shit. How do I feel about you, little guy? I honestly think the coloring on his legs needs to come up, so I'm gonna go into my line work and I'm gonna change that, because I think it needs to come up. Okay, I think that's better. I think this leg needs to come over a little bit. I'm Hi Common Boy. I'm sorry I didn't say hi earlier. I think I might have, but I don't think so. I think I saw you and then I meant to say hi, but then I got distracted. I think that's what actually happened. I love watching the viewer count when it's in its ugly stages and people just like take off because like, oh shit, this is not turning out the way that I would expect. And you're like, yeah, it's in the ugly phase.
Is this what it feels like to
Be lonely.
And though I'm not afraid to know it won't be the same
Without you. I see a lot of things changed. For example, your website, and you have a lot new arts. These are so cool. Thank you for checking out my stuff. I kept your message card and your sticker on my desk. Nice! Very kind for me. Thanks again. I always keep it. Aw, that's awesome. Yeah, it's a rarity that I do giveaways like that anymore. I quit my job about 6 months ago to pursue art full-time. And I'm definitely running out of resources and yeah, that kind of sucks, but I've heard a lot of people doing it, and I tell people like do it at least once. It's a big self-love step, and I don't regret it. I learned so much.
So here's what it feels like
To be lonely.
And no, I'm not afraid to know I will be okay
Without you.
And now I'm far from home and I'm not sure where to go. Never wanted
To hurt you, but wanted to hurt me.
and then you left me in the cold.
Do I like? No, I don't. I think I'm gonna make his scales leaves. I'm sitting here thinking about it as I'm working on it. I'm like, his scales have to be leaves. That's so much work. But it needs to happen. Oh, my back's starting to hurt. Come on back, we can do it.
Cast away, I'm running to your shore, so far away, been craving something more. I don't care about the outcome if we both dive in the deep, and we'll see our reflection in the depth of you and me. Midnight, lit by the moon and the starlight. Anywhere
Okay, so now let's go to the next layer and start putting some of these shadows on. Hells yeah.
Where you go, I'll follow where you lead. Visible lines painted in the streets. I don't know where we're going, throwing caution to the wind. Burn the maps, cause emotion is the compass that we're choosing. Midnight, lit by the moon and the starlight. Anywhere it's calling, go anywhere it's calling. And you know I'm down to go so high. Just running away from it all.
These pastels are probably not gonna print worth a crap. We will see. I think I'm gonna leave his teeth. Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave his teeth green. And I think what I'm gonna do is add some yellow tints to it. Because I'm making him more plant than I thought I was going to. So we'll run with it. Okay, and we'll move to highlights. Here we go. Next phase. There's a cat on my lap. Sorry, I can't do anything. There's a cat on my lap. Have you ever seen that TikTok? I think it's hilarious. Can't go to work. There's a cat on my lap. Can't go on the date. There's a cat on my lap. I have to work on pumping that foot out with some contrast. No. I'm gonna bump up some of the shape on the nose here. I might have to come in with the colors on top to kind of push those colors. Yep, I'm gonna have to come on top. Do-do-do. I mean, in fact, I could probably pull it on top now. Rockhold, thank you so much for the raid. How are you? How was your stream? What did you guys do? Ayla, 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 Ayla. Bird. Hello. Welcome in, Rockballs. I don't have or use TikTok.
Nobody is nobody, and everybody.
Bird, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for the follow. I don't have my mustaches with me, but here, I'll do this. Like, yay, wiggle the mustache at you. Thank you for your follow. I'm just working on this Fae Dragon. Trying to work in crazy pastels, because it's a fairy dragon, which is the myth today. I mean this month. Woo! So it's been quite challenging. Ayla, Ayla. Ayla, Ayla, Ayla. Headlights, headlights, headlights. Headlights, headlights. Oh, I'm not gonna let it go. Okay. Amber! Lark Art, thank you so much for the raid as well. Guys, go, you get a double raid. Guys, go follow Rockhold. Rockhold is an amazing person, does a lot of charity streams and games. And, also go follow Amber. What were you working on, guys? Ooh. Doing art. Nice. Feel free to share your art or a clip, Rockhold. If you have a clip from today. Hi, Spen. Hi, Amber. Sorry, I went in like deep think mode for a second. I'm not. What happened? Stream went well. I got a whip for what I was doing. There's so much background still left to do, but we're getting there. Oof, hated reporting people, the worst. What happened? You had to report somebody? Oh no! What happened? The poopies peoples? I grew up. Where would I be? What would I do? If you were there when I needed you. Where would I be? What would I do? If you were. Oh. Had two people drop slurs while in a fight. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry to hear that. It's been, I think it's in the air. I was on TikTok earlier and people were really, really mean to me. I've never really had that before and I was like, whoa, what is in the air? It was a full moon yesterday. All the crazies came out. Yeah, probably. Oh no, it's fine. I was kind of expecting it. I don't know why, but I was ready. I had some attitude. I put the live up on YouTube if you guys are interested in the shenanigans of me telling people off. But not really telling them off. I think that I handled it pretty well. They were just poopy and I was tolerant. We'll just go that far. Didn't let them get to me. Ooh, let's see. I don't know which screen all my stuff's on, so I'm just gonna pull it down if that's okay. Guys, check it out. Ooh. Is this from a D&D scene? Is this your characters? What's going on here? This is so cool. Oh, look at her hands. And teeth. Oh, that's beautiful. Like a smirk. Beautiful work so far. Guys, definitely go follow Amber. Let me make sure I'm following you, Amber. I am now. I went through a huge purge, so if I accidentally unfollowed people in the purge, I apologize. It was a mental health decision. I had so many people I was following, and I was not able to keep up with the people I wanted to, so don't feel bad if you accidentally got deleted. I should really do a purge at on the same point. I was following like 2,000 people, and when people were live, I couldn't find the people that I wanted to raid. I couldn't find the people that I wanted to watch, so I just purged, and I mean I freaking purged. And yeah, and now I'm down to like the people that I want to raid, the people that I want to watch. That's who I have in the side. These are the people I want to directly support, and it's so much easier to find people. So much easier to see when people are on. And I'm rebuilding it, so. And I think a lot of it too is like a lot of people are gone. Like, they don't do the Twitch anymore. So I was also just, I had a full up following, and it was good for my mental health, but I do feel bad when people are like, you unfollowed me? And I'm like, ah. It was like one of those things. It just, at a certain point, I just started just crazily unfollowing. So please don't take it personal. I figured that if I am meant to follow you, I will follow you back. Mental health, be good to keep going good, yeah. Yeah, I don't think that we can keep track of that many people. I just don't think we mentally have the capacity to do that. So I needed to get it more down to a reasonable manner and make sure that I'm starting to support the people that actually, not to say that people don't actually matter. I guess what I'm trying to say is just making sure that I can see the people I want to support. There for a while I was following people simply because they came into my stream and told me that they streamed, and then I would never see them again. So much for going lineless. I don't know, I kind of like him, though. I want him to be cute, but, like, angry. Him cute angry. I was scrolling through TikTok and I can't believe it's been a whole year since Emerald City Comic-Con. I know, it hasn't been, actually. They had Emerald City Comic-Con in October last year. No, August. It was in August. And they normally have it in March, but they moved it to August because of COVID. So it actually hasn't been a whole year because that was it's in March. So what is that? August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. It's only been 6 months. Yeah. It's only been 6 months. So they tricked ya. I thought the same thing though, and then I had to remember. I had to remind myself. So I was in the same boat as you, like, I cannot believe it's been a year, and then I was like, oh yeah, they changed it back to March. Last year I wasn't doing the conventions in March. Yeah, I was thinking that too, but I'm kind of enjoying it. I'm kind of enjoying it. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. Because I thought about that too. I was like, maybe I should make it less dark, and then I was like, you know, but I'm enjoying this too much. The overall look, even though like I wanted to go lineless, like sometimes the art gets to decide, right? Sometimes the art decides what the hell it's doing. You didn't want to be limeless, did ya? Limeless. You didn't. No, you did not. Hi, cutie thing! You wanted lines! So you get it. Sometimes the art's like, nope, I'm doing this instead. And I'm like, okay, cool, let's go. I had no idea what I was drawing today, to be honest. I had no inkling of what I was going to be doing. And honestly, I'm pretty happy with this so far. It's adorable, yay! And sometimes like lines make it pop, yeah. I think that's why he wants lines. Plus I kind of found that my lineless work is a combination of lines and not lines. Like you would expect lines to be in a certain spot and then they aren't. I was playing with that, I don't know. I might play with that later. Means like looking at me like, really? I'm like, yeah. We dance and I don't know if I like what I did to the eye there. Let me undo it. I don't know, guys. I'm gonna leave it for now. I kind of like it. It kind of makes it look darker, though. The piece looks a little darker. It's very cute. Thank you. It's adorable. Guys, thank you. Like I said, no idea what I was doing today. Oops. Ooh, pooies. Look at all that mess. Okay, so I need to come onto the top layer here and do some cleaning work. So I'm gonna call this cleanup. Clean up. Clean up. Yes. So we know what layer that is. So I'm gonna do a bunch of cleanup work here. Oh, he got a pooey mouth. You got a pooey mouth, sir. This looks great. Thank you. Vlogus? Vlog? Vlog? Am I saying your name right? Anyways, I do wish you all the best. I do have work in the morning, so have a great night. Talk to you again. See you later, Spen! Thank you for coming in and saying hi. Sorry to throw the news at you about the, that ECC duped us.
Infused with you. Oh, I don't know what to
do.
I breathe your air, you're in my
lungs.
I need to fool my heart for
once.
You really should have seen it coming. Open your eyes. You're dying to pick all the pieces up. Well, I don't. You make me wanna rip my heart out. Erase my mind. We're stuck and there is no escaping now. Please don't.
Flow? Like flow? If you want to, since it's easier? Okay. I just wish I could get my head around color. Oh, it's just definitely practice. I don't usually work in pastels, so this is interesting for me. I host the Multi-Myth challenge, and yeah, this is the one that came up. It was the Fae Dragon, so we're all drawing Fae Dragons, and I'm not used to drawing very vibrant stuff. It's usually pretty dark. But he's a fairy, like Fae is in fairy dragon. Oh, my bot is off because I forgot to open my stuff. Alright. But it's also not updated, so you're just gonna have to yell at me. Oh, I mean, you can see from right above me, that's the kind of work that I usually do, so I usually don't do such cutesy stuff. And that's why he's coming out cute but dark, because I definitely wanted something that was definitely on the cuter ends, but also dark. I want him to look like he wants to eat your face, and you still want to pet him. Okay, let me update it. Commands. Here, let's do it over here so I can actually see what I'm doing. God, you're so... Fae Dragon. Ooh. Submit it on the Discord. Oh, Discord. Creative Peeps, right? I can't say. I'm probably gonna keep my 20 by 40 like freaking wood thing that my artwork is attached to, because Bean's not bothering me. She's letting me draw, and she never does that. She's laying right in front of me, and I don't normally have a desk space in front of me for her to lay on. This is quite nice. Okay. And actually, I don't think there was, guys, there wasn't a Wikipedia on these guys. I looked it up. They had like fandom and stuff like that, so learn about this creature on... Oh, okay, so I'm just gonna go Entries are due every first Tuesday of the month. You can also use the hashtag or use... I'm not going to talk about TikTok. I don't think people are going to understand. It's just going to confuse people. Let you go. Whoa! Undo. I gotta make the purple wings here, there. There we go. And then I gotta come over here and delete. There we go. Cleaning up those horns. Oh. My back! My back! Whoa there. Okay, so let's bring these on top again. Let's clean up. It's funny with only his face done. I mean, it's okay because it's setting the whole tone of the dragon. Hello, yeah. I'll handle the TikTok side. You'll handle the TikTok side? What do you mean? Are you creating an audio? By the way, there are 3 people so far who are super into this monthly myth and have already started on pieces. Nice! You're so proud of your oddballs. That's so awesome. Oh, people joining. Yeah, you're definitely hyping it. It's so exciting. It is very exciting. Okay, so let's pull some of these darker green here, and I'm gonna start putting some of some scales on here and see how it looks. I want to put leaves on it, like instead of scales. So let's go to past the cleanup level and try to put in some leaves. I especially can't wait to start streaming when I'm painting my canvas. Yay! I'm so excited that you decided to go big. I did it last month and I'm like, oh, why? Why'd I do that? But I'm glad I did it. It was fun overall. I love challenging myself with all the new myths. I wanted to paint this one again and I was like, no, I'm working in pastels, like, and I have something very specific in mind and I did not want to mess it up. Like, I knew exactly what I wanted to draw. I wanted to do it like exactly like how I'm doing it right now with his like back paws, or his back feet facing us with it flipped up. I could not find any reference at all I was like, well, look at gecko bodies. And then I was like, no, that's not how I want it to look. And I felt completely lost because I could not find any reference that was even close. And I was like, well, I'll just make it up. So this one is a completely no reference dragon. And I guess I'm kind of proud of that too, in a way. Since dragons are, I don't know, it's difficult because like if I'm looking at a gecko, which is what I was trying to settle on, was looking at geckos. That's not looking at dragon stuff. It's looking at a gecko. But I couldn't even find any gecko poses that I liked. They looked, I don't know, they didn't look dragon enough. So I had to make this dragon baby face completely from scratch. Have you seen the eyelash vapor? I love the eyelash viper. I said vapor. I meant viper. It's one of my favorite snakes. Looks like it has eyelashes. Oh my gosh, 36 inches tall. I need to see what my paper ended up being. It's huge. I don't know how I'm gonna scan it in to do anything with it. Okay, let's see if I can't drag this. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna put a filter on this. Vivid. Soft light. Definitely not add glow. I think it's overlay is what I want. Let's try overlay. Not quite. I might have to do it this way and then just tone them back with coloring them. Oh, that sounds like fun. Not really. Why do I do these things to myself? I want it to be covered in leaves. Okay, so I'm gonna boost this, and then I'm gonna come in here, do a little bit more detail on these. Thank you for the lurk. I was making sourdough pasta. It was good. Yay. Made way too much and had to freeze the rest. Oh no! I have to go back to lurk and... Are you eating the pasta? Is it good? Okay, so... I'll take this.
To hide away. Can you hear? War is coming, beckoning our fate. This is the day that we stand up. This is the day we fight. We'll take our pace, we won't give in. Our victory is in sight. Only a sword in our hand, but we enter the lion's den. We're not waiting for a war. We bring the war to them.
That really's a little green. It's not the color I want. I'm trying to decide if it looks like leaves or it looks like fur. I'm gonna get rid of that layer, that didn't do any good. I think I like it, but I do think that I need to tone it down a bit. Definitely add some texture. I think it's too much.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go.
Our last 2 feed it food for pets. Oh, thank you for liking it, Hex. I'm glad you said, oh, cute. It's supposed to be cute. Him Angovy. He Angovy. Him Danger Noodle Angery. Angry cute.
I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up, climbing and climbing.
Trying to decide what I'm gonna do here.
Is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stands still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking, you're faking, girl. You never made a sound.
Oh, he looks creepy without his pupils.
I'm tired
Of the rain. Go away. I'm just kind of messing with the eyes, trying to decide what I'm gonna do. I'm like experimenting. Oh shit, what's going on here? Here, let's bring this eye thing on top here. Breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, breathe out, breathe out. He is massive on my canvas. Oh no. Like I said, I'm just experimenting with the eye right now. Didn't factor in his wings and just went for it. So weird. I think I like his eye. I think it needs more work though. Try to fly around town.
Way too short, way too deep, away from here, the colors bleed into the sky.
You can already see it. Yay! It's gonna be awesome. I'm so excited. I think I like his eye. It's a little much, but I'm kind of liking it. Oh! Got it. Okay, I gotta get the other eye. Oh! Whoa. When you feel like you got one eye and the other eye still has to be done. Okay, so let's flip him and see how he's looking. Thinking about it. I definitely lost him some cuteness factors. Trying to decide if it's worth it. Losing some of the cute factor. Is it worth it? I think so. I think it's worth it. I don't know. Guys, I don't know. Because that's what he looked like before I did his eye. Let me tone down these blacks, maybe. And then... that's not hurting it too much. Is it this? I think it's this. This top layer where I added more detail. Let's turn it down. Oh. The shine makes it look super cute though. I might delete this little part here. I think I got the cuteness factor back a little bit by kind of pushing back some of that. Oh, my back, guys. My back is killing me. The shine makes it more playful rather than angry. Yeah, that's true. It looks like it's kind of smiling at us now. It's like, hey guys! How's it going, guys? Hello! Like that. Sorry, that was bad. Hi guys! Why do you guys hang out with me? I'm gonna delete this layer, it's no good. Delete, goodbye. I'm gonna have to stop here in a bit just because my back is killing me. I'm sitting here. Ow! It's getting worse. Why is this happening? Stop sitting like a shrimp. Am I sitting like a shrimp? I'll try to. Ow. Ow, blends. I get that. Like, I totally do that. You must too, then. Ugh. My back. I didn't think I was gonna be able to finish it in one stream anyway, so. I'm an overcooked shrimp at this point. Ow. Why do we do this? Why do we get in this hyper focus where we just forget that we have bodies? Bodies, what are those? I'll do claw. So I need to go under a layer and then start putting on some of these darker scale thingies.
A person who thinks
Stupid
all the
hobbyists.
time has nothing to think about.
I haven't
except
met an
thought.
artist yet that sits like a normal person.
So, he
When
loses touch
arting,
with reality.
we all sit like gremlins. We do! I gotta get closer to the
By
screen.
thoughts, I mean specifically chatter in the skull,
We got
perpetual and
to
compulsive repetition of words, of reckoning
sit like
and calculating.
gremlins. I love that. That's cute. Sit like gremlins.
I'm not saying that thinking is bad. Like everything else, is useful in moderation. A good servant, but a bad master. And all so-called civilized peoples have increasingly become crazy and self-destructive because through excessive thinking they have lost touch with reality. That's to say, we confuse science
With the real world. Fuse science with the real world. That indeed we did. Time to get back what we lost.
This is the beginning of meditation.
Most of us would have rather money than tangible wealth, and a great occasion is somehow spoiled for us unless photographed. And to read about it the next day in the newspaper is oddly more fun for us than the original event. This is a disaster. For as a result of
You got
confusing
licked
real
by the
world
bot.
of nature with mere science, we are destroying nature. We are so tied up in our minds that we've lost our senses. Time to wake up. What is reality? Obviously, no one can say because it isn't words. It isn't material. That's just an
Nobody
idea.
can say because it isn't words. Oh my gosh, that's beautiful! I didn't realize he said that.
Reality is
Reality is emotions. Do, do, do. Do, do, do.
The find cannot be explained in words.
It cannot be explained in words. Yay! Sorry, I'm too excited. Spirituality is such a beautiful thing.
I'm not trying to put you down. It's an expression of you as you are. One must live. We need to survive, to go on. We must go on.
You're digging the playlist? Yay! Oh, I'm looking at this and going, oh crap, I needed to go lighter with my colors. I think what I'm gonna try to do is do a bad thing. I'm gonna be bad, okay? I'm gonna be bad. So I'm going to add a white layer on the top of these. Oh shit. So I need to go up higher. Where are you at? Where are you at?
Every color bleeds into the same. 'Cause before you go and walk away,
Where are you? My lines. There you are. Get under there. Oh shit. I'm moving the wrong layers. Oh no, and then I lost my layer that I was moving. Ah! This is what happens when you don't name your layers. You get confused to what you have been doing. I'm gonna do this. Name your layers. I can't. Do you name your layers? Do you? Do you? Or what? Bean, why are you yelling at me? I wasn't talking to you. She's like, I need my layers. I don't know why she answered that. Let's try a glow. Oh, it's so bright. It's kind of cool though, luminous. And cute. Look how cute! It's a cute little babies. Cute little babies. Okay, that's good enough. Just like me. I really need to fix his other eye. I get bored sometimes and I need to switch it up and go somewhere else for a little bit. I was like, I did not want to finish his eye. I was not in the mood. I'm gonna be bad and I'm gonna skip ahead again and not do what I'm supposed to do. Okay, so let's do insert selection. We're gonna mess with some magenta because you know they like some magenta. Magenta. Yeah. Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute. Look at him. Look at him. He's so cute. Gotta fix that damn eye. I don't need my sketch or reference layers. Oh, but you do like your other stuff? Yeah, I'm so mad. I don't do it. Like, screw this. Screw this. Oh my gosh, I like those colors so much better. That magenta freaking... I love gradients and what they do to your work. Okay, let me fix his eyeball though, because like, I can't. I'm just staring at it and going, what? Come on. Fix his eyeball. And I'm like, no, I don't want to do it. I don't want to fix his eyeball. I even know different subjects and folders because I am tired of scrolling for the layers. Well, I used to be good at it at one point, but then I got really bad when I was just trying to be quick. And naming takes time, so like, it's called laziness. Laziness started taking over. Ow, my back. No. Stop. Shooting pain. Go away. That's no fun. I don't like at all. Please stop. Please. Stretch. Hey, that's not a bad idea. Like I couldn't even stand. Oh. I can't touch my toes. I'm trying. Okay. Ugh. Thank you, that was a good idea. Oh wait. Oh wait. That don't feel good. That don't feel good. Hype. At this rate, I might need to stop because I'm in pain. I'm in physical pain.
The future and the past are really confusing. But I keep my feet on the ground to keep dreaming. I don't wanna change my life. I need to go back in time. I feel like a child.
Bean is looking very intently at my pencil like she is going to attack it. Don't do it, Bean. Don't do it. Can you see her? She's like, I'm gonna get it. I'm like, don't do it. Being a mind of reason. Don't do it. Don't do it. Bean, don't do it. Don't do it. No. Bean, stop. Oh my gosh, Bean is like at this. Like she's gonna do it. But she wants, yeah. I'm sorry, I just realized my mic was across the room. I don't know if that happened when I started stretching or if that's been like that for a while. I apologize. I'm not sure. You still heard me crystal clear? Good, 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 good. Yay! I'll come back to that eye later. It's not too perfect, but not to perfection. But it's better than not being done at all. In fact, let me... Whatever, I'll leave it. Ignore my dirty floor. Nice! It's so cute! Hey, you went gecko! Fun so far. Ian big! Oh, I'm so excited. I can't wait to see what you come up with. Get rid of some of these. My. Oh, I did a chameleon. For the pose, gecko for the feet. I don't know that last lizard. The face? I don't know if I know that type of lizard. Yeah, because I looked at geckos and I was like, I really want to do a gecko, but I couldn't find like the right body type, so I was like, I'm just gonna do this without ref. So that's what I ended up doing. Just trying to go completely without ref. I'm pretty proud of myself. I think I did pretty good. I didn't think I was gonna do this very good. So, I'm proud of myself.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you.
Oh, yeah, I've seen those. They used to have them at the pet store. Where I used to go to this pet store all the time and they had them and they always were escaping. Poor things. Hey, Spider! Yeah, the Fae Dragon. Oh no! You thought it was the yokai?
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know
What? When do you stream? What are you asking?
if you are
Oh, good night. Thank you for saying you like it so far. I wasn't sure how this was gonna go. So I appreciate the kind words. I was worried. Oh. Yeah, and it's on YouTube as well now, Spider. Like, I'm putting them all on YouTube now. It's up. First Tuesday. I keep doing them first Tuesdays. There, that's cute. I think I did okay. Let me try to blend some of this. I mean, he's cute, but oh my gosh, so much freaking work, man. Bean, that's not a good spot to sit. I can't see my work. Thank you. Yeah, to all those that didn't think I could do cute stuff. Not that anyone ever said that. I think it was mainly me. To me! How dare you think you can't do cute stuff? How dare dead. Oh, you're not in. Yeah, the skills are difficult. How are you doing, Spider? Must not uploaded VOD right away? I didn't see it. Wait, what? The VOD, it went right up onto YouTube the same day. Is that what you're talking about? I don't know, Spider. I'm sorry. I'm really excited too because I put up all of the, all of the monthly myths that I've recorded so far up onto YouTube. But I was sad, I missed like 3 of them. So that was unfortunate. Hi Erie, how's it going, Erie? I'll make him cute dragon. I make fairy dragon. And talk baby talk. You know, cause like necessary, I guess. Totally necessary. Baby talk commence. I love fairy dragons so much. Ooh! That's the monthly myth for this month. You should draw one with us if you love them. Am I convincing? Maybe? No pressure. I'm mainly joking. This is the first time I've ever done a fairy dragon, and I'm actually having a lot of fun. Like, I was really worried that I wasn't gonna be able to pull off pastel colored pretty cute dragon thingy. I'm not doing too bad. How's everyone doing? Doing good. Actually, since I have art day today, yeah? Ooh, I'm excited to see what you come up with if you love the Fairy Dragons. Like I said, this is definitely out of my comfort zone, but I'm really enjoying it. I'm wondering if I should just make him a sticker, because at this point, like, I have not planned the background at all. I've gone straight into character. So, he might just have to be a sticker. Yeah, Blend is doing a humongous canvas. I want the sticker. You do? I think I'm gonna come in here and delete this stuff off his eyes to make his eyes brighter. Oh, that did nothing because there we go. That literally did nothing. I need to bring some of this here. Let's put this on top of his eyes. Yes, that's what I needed. Bring some of that. I still don't know what I'm doing with his wings. I'm angry baby. Okay, so I have to turn off this layer real quick. Because I am getting ready to drop this color on top of the purple. I want to blend. Alright, and then I'm gonna select these ones, go the other way with it. Oh no.
So you left a hole, a hollow sat beside my bones. I picture you calling, I'm only watching my thoughts. The time is rolling by without you. I'm holding on and waiting for change. I'm only lost because I found you. If I could, then I would go where you are. If I could, then I would go where you are.
Where you are, where you are, where you are.
I lay on my back. Stars above my head move fast. The night keeps me going, 'cause I know the sky is spinning the same. The time is rolling by without you. I'm holding on and waiting for change. I'm only lost because I found you. If I could, then I would go where you are. If I could, then I would go where you are. Where you are, where you are, where you are. Oh my gosh, where are you and where did you come from? Oh, that's right. Oh, darn it. I'm gonna have to put this lily on the bottom. Yep, okay, so... Be right back. Gotta potty and grab some paint. Okay, bye. Unless you're back. I probably caught that like right as you were back.
Hey, what's goody? Been a minute. Yeah, all these people coming out of the woodworks. Everyone's making their way back to Twitch. How long has it been since you haven't been on Twitch? Making the comeback. Almost a month. Well, welcome back. And thanks for coming in and saying hi. I hope things are going well. Working on the monthly myth this month, and it is the Fae Dragon. So, this is what it looks like so far. I think I might need to mix with this gradient. He's kind of dark on the face, but I like the colors better. I just need to hit those, hit a light in the middle, light source. Let me do that real quick. Oh shit. I was like, why isn't it working? It's because I haven't inverted it yet. Oh my gosh. Feels great to feel smart. Okay, so I think I want a little bit of purplish color. Get out of the way! I can't see! I don't know, I'm gonna take that off. It definitely needs the gradient, it just can't be on as strong. I think I need to take it down to like 50. Pulls those colors together. Deselect. Oh my goodness. And I'm hunched over again. You just stop, I'm hurting myself. I'm gonna delete that. Okay, selection, invert. Need to put some shadow under these cheek. So let's turn it down. Fade out. Alright, making progress. I gotta do those wings, and I'm like, oh my gosh, the wings. I have no idea what I'm gonna do with them. What am I gonna do with these wings? Alright, so for now, I think I'm gonna hit the save, because I have not saved even freaking once. Great job, Dead, on not doing that. Oh my gosh. I have lost work that way. Because how many hours am I into streaming? Four hours. Yeah, normally I'm done with a piece in 4 hours, but I don't know what to do with these wings, so I'm stumped. I'm gonna have to think about it. But I think he turned out pretty cute, like the dragon part at least. Pretty cute, I think. He's got leaves on his face. He's got this little flower here, little orchid on his tail. Lotus, sorry, he's got a lotus on his tail. Gotta decide what I'm gonna do with these wings. Thank you for the lurk, Yuri. Been working on my YouTube and working nice. Glad to hear that you were jumping onto the YouTube. Yeah, I've been trying to get into YouTube myself. Mainly it's just uploading lives and yeah. It's mainly what it is right now. I'm gonna experiment real quick. I'm gonna go to Windows Comic Workspace and I'm gonna see some of the textures. Oh, my back. What is flower gradation? That's interesting. Ooh, peacock. I just want to experiment with some of these patterns. I don't know if I'm gonna use any of them, but I always like just playing with stuff. Okay, so let's see. Oh my gosh, look how small it is. Whoa! Oh, this is also really interesting. It's called Mistress Tile Fog. I'm gonna try that one too. I'm just kind of playing around, like I said. Don't let me use any of them. Oh, look at that. Oh my gosh, that's freaking badass. I like it. Oh my gosh, I freaking love it. I feel like that's cheating though. I'll play with it. I'll still add some stuff to it. I mean, they say work harder, not work smarter, not harder. Okay, so let's put this here. And then let's put this about here. Yeah, I'm really liking the things I'm getting with playing with patterns and stuff from Clip. This is cool too. This one's called Lapped Circle Pattern, which is kind of cool. Let's see what this lapped circle pattern does for us. Ooh. Let's turn some of these other ones off. Oh, that's freaking cool. Yeah, what do you think? I put like 3 different patterns on it and I'm like, oh my gosh! I'm getting that like fairy wing type pattern on it. Yeah, it's definitely a combination of all 3 that definitely gives it that, like it looks like a fairy wing pattern. I want to do something though, like I don't feel like I'm done. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy these wings over. Make it a bit more angelic. Okay, so we're gonna take this above here. I'm gonna put these very light purple. You know, yeah. Let's grab from the guy here. Okay, so then we're gonna drag this all the way down. All the way down. It doesn't even matter. Lose it all. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Me too, I'm a fan. Got so far. In the end, it doesn't even matter to lose it all. In the end, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Lose it all. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Of these talks,
You say you wanna stay, but I know you'd rather get up
and walk away.
Can you hear me? I'm crying out for you. I'm crying out for you. I'm not ready to let this go. We've come too far. Hey, and I won't ask you to stay. I promise we'll be okay.
Okay, let's change this back to illustration.
I'll let you clear your mind. I just hope you can find a way. 'Cause I can wait a little bit longer.
And I can wait a little bit stronger.
I know that things won't be the same, but I'm willing to take the blame. 'Cause I don't wanna be
Without you. Without you. Without you. without you. Without you. Without you.
I don't wanna be
Without you. Okay, so got that. I think what I need to do is I'm gonna mess with this too. Alright, second layer done. It looks like Barney, but I think once I bring the pinks and blues, it will brighten it up a bit. Yeah, going through the ugly stages. At least that's what I like to call them. I'm like, don't judge me!
What if this is fate, then we'll find a way to cheat.
Whoa,
We'll say a little prayer.
whoa.
If the answer isn't fair, you know you can call me when you need somebody. When you can't stop the tears from falling down. You know you can call me.
I hate layering paint the first like 4 times.
When you can't stop the tears from falling down. When you wear it and the road is dark, and I'll guide you with the beating of my heart. And if the cowbreak and the help don't come, well then we'll find a way to dodge a smoking gun. 'Cause we'll say a little prayer.
No,
If the answer isn't fair, then call on me. When you need somebody, when you can't stop the tears from falling down. You know you can call on me, darling. When you can't stop the tears from falling down.
so I need to blend this. is going on with her. I'll have to figure it out. Ah, I know where the weirdest is. It's in here. What the fuck? Yep, that was the problem. Okay, so let's do both directions.
In the middle of the night, the storm is raging in your mind, and you're drowning in the wake we left behind. When the wind is at your door, but you can't hold it anymore. Oh, the voices in your head just tell you lies. I would walk on water, I would turn the tide. I'm sorry more than anything that I left your side. I will raise the anchor of all the pain and pride. My God, I would do anything to bring us back
want to blur these. Oh, let me blur that. Restore? Nope. I'm trying to make it look like it's flapping its wings. I see it, it looks awesome. Yay! Oh, yeah, I'm trying to make it look like it's flapping.
Now you find yourself alone. In this house, it's not a home. Surrounded by the walls you built too high. I will walk on water. I will turn the tide. I'm sorry more than anything. Can I lift your side? I will raise the anchor of all the pain and pride. My God, I would do anything to bring us back to life. I will walk on water.
You don't even care about it licking you at this point. I feel like I'm in busy. I'm trying to decide. Hello? Oh shit. Why is it doing light gradients? Oh shoot. I didn't mean to do that. I think that I messed up my gradient. Okay, so this is what I want to do. San! Hey! How's it going? Long time no see. How was your stream? Hi, Sunflower Fields. Hi. How goes it?
Nobody's a nobody, and everybody is weird like you and me.
Thank you so much for the follow, Tuna Nuggets. Tuna Nuggets.
I can't believe I'm losing my time by hating myself because I'm not spending it right. I'm done with the voices, don't care about fear, and try.
Hey, welcome in. What did you work on? Did you want to share anything?
I am still here. I miss the excitement from when I was young.
I'm trying to cheat the background so I don't have to make a background.
My life just begun.
Yay, laziness. Yeah, you still lurk a lot? Well, thanks for... I remember your name. How's it going, J-Pie? I always mess up your name. I feel so bad. Welcome in. And I don't know. Yeah, he's also a Peach is in here. Yeah, I am working on a a Fae Dragon. I host a monthly myth challenge, and this month is the Fae Dragon. And like I said, I am trying to fake this background because I don't want to make one.
To host my intervention, choose to
Looks cool, thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, all my artwork is above my head. Yeah, if you guys want to show your art, feel free. I'd love to see what you're working on. Yep, no permit, just a link. Guys, go and check out Sen. She does animations and beautiful illustrations, so definitely go and check her out. The dragon looks like from the Spyro series? Oh, cool. I appreciate that. I like Spyro. I think I have some weird stuff going on. Oh, that was the leaf. There's a leaf. I should probably fix that. That doesn't look very nice, readability wise, so let's get rid of it. Bye bye. Yeah, so my goal here is to do as little work as possible on this background and still make it a background. That is main goal. Main goal, do little work as possible. I'm not a big background person, but I've been adding backgrounds because I know how important it is. It's still important. Even if I whine about it. Oh, buoy. Hold on, I need to add some branches.
Dead.
Ah! Scared the poop out of me. I see it now. Thank you. Oh! Ooh, studies! Look! This is what Sen was working on. Beautiful! That's beautiful. I need to do more background studies when it comes to digital painting. I used to do it a lot with watercolor and oil painting. Beautiful work. Yeah, guys, go and follow. I'm like in super art mode. Nice. Yeah, backgrounds are hard to do. Yeah, I'm definitely a character artist. But I've definitely gotten better with backgrounds. The first like real background I did that I was really proud of myself was my Princess Mononoke background. And after that, like, I was like, I can do backgrounds, it's just... I just have to have the desire to do it. And that I do not have. Backgrounds is their own beast. There are a lot of stuff to go around with it. Yeah. Well, I'm starting to get to the point where, I mean, like, you fake enough and then you actually do enough, then you get better at faking, and it's a whole world. Backgrounds are like hands. No one enjoys doing them, and they are terrifying at times. Oh, that indeed. That indeed. Okay, so I'm gonna turn off this back layer so I can select this. I can cut the trees out. Then I'll be pretty much done. I'll sign this and maybe go read somebody. But yeah, so the monthly myth this month is the Fae Dragon. And I'm not sure that I'm done. I might have to sleep on it. But I'm pretty sure that I am. But I don't know if I'm done with the wings. I haven't decided. Okay, so invert. Delete.
I wish my worries would wash into the sea, 'cause it's far too cold, darling, cold ain't for me.
Let's move my character up a bit.
It was a summer night, such a perfect day, but we were so laid back, just watching the waves. It was our time.
I'm gonna crash the computer. Ah, I'm gonna crash the computer.
We would just love, then do it all again.
Please don't crash.
Oh, I hate to say goodbye, 'cause we had such a good time. Here's a toast to the good life.
I'm crashing it. Ah! Yes, please. Don't crash. I'm trying to save. Okay. Oh. I definitely still need to do some lighting on my little dragon here.
I can't stop thinking about the sand in my feet. I got a heartache 'cause cold ain't for me. I wish my worries would wash into the sea, 'cause it's far too cold, darling, cold ain't for me.
Damn it.
Too cold, darling, cold ain't for me.
Oops.
Oh, you never know who you're talking to, what things they've been through. So just please be kind. It was hard to say if sunshine or rain on somebody's mind could be hiding pain. But it's hard to pretend forever and keep it inside. And we're all in this world together.
I think it's the white stomach. Let me see. Where are you? Very white tummy. Oh! I don't know what that is. I think it might be the highlight layer, darn it. There we go. Now that I put that background on there, it's obvious that I scribbled. I squibbled! And it's okay to squibble, but when you put a background on there and then you can see the scribbles, that's a problem. Please stop dying. Good progress? Yay! Got a lyric, have food. I hope you have a good stream. You too! I mean, thank you for... You have a good night. That's what I meant to say. Thank you for dropping your peeps off. Oh, I need to... I felt the poison from here. What? I am missing stuff. I just picked up my mug and stared at the contents inside for a solid minute, wondering what was wrong with my drink. Then I finally clicked that I was staring at my dirty paint water. Please don't die. I understand now. I missed that comment. How did I miss that? It was large. Good thing I didn't drink it. I've drank it before. It doesn't taste good. Don't do it. And then, like, you put it in your mouth and you're like, what? I'm back in? Pap. Hi, how's it going? I'm just mindlessly right now. Everything is registering slowly. Oh no, are you tired? You have your glass bottle of kombucha next to me? Oh no, I forgot about my chocolate milk! Is this still okay? Like, this was like 4 hours ago. Am I gonna get sick? Still tastes good. I'm gonna be so pissed if I get sick. I'm like, wait, I just forgot I had chocolate milk that I made for myself. Yeah, I'm a weirdo. What are you gonna do? Do the ape dance over here. I legitly drew cartoon realism to now cartoon style. What? I'm proud. Today I'm proud I drew about, let me see, 5 drawings. And they're all different. I legit drew cartoon realism to now cartoon style. That's no bueno? What? The chocolate milk I made 4 hours ago? Is that what you mean is no bueno? Should I not drink that? I've been streaming for 5 hours. Oh, it's 5 hours old. Maybe I shouldn't drink that. It doesn't taste bad. No bueno. Okay. Yeah, I will stop drinking it then. Sorry, I'm wonky because I want to finish this. I'm so close, guys. I'm so close. Bacteria starts to grow on food that has been out for more than 4 hours. Yeah. Oh. They start growing the moment the tip of the food goes below the proper temperature. Well, it was hot chocolate? Does that make it worse or better? No bueno, yeah. I'm trying to stretch. I have to retake my food certification. They grow faster than one thinks. Ew. When the hot chocolate starts to cool down, yes. Ew. Okay, I'll put it back over here. No drinking, yo. Oh, my back. 5 hours. Being gremlin. 5 hours being gremlin hurts. Toast! What kind of monster lets hot chocolate become Yeah, I know. I was bad. Alright. I'm gonna blend some of this back. And then the lighting will be mostly done.
Tell me you feel this. Underneath those streetlights, we were playing distant songs. In your head, I belong. I want this to hurt.
Oh.
I want this to hurt. I want you to tear me open. I want you to feel me underneath your fingernails.
Oh, I'm not done. For the ones that the sun's under, I have to add a bunch of glows. Is it wood?
I can see the sirens casting shadows all around. In your head, I belong. I want this to hurt.
Management, mostly people who hire quick and don't last to train people properly. When Inheritance first dropped, I ripped through the book in 2 days. I feel like food is definitely a good career if it had better undervalued industry. I mean, yeah, it definitely depends where you work, yeah. I know plenty of people that absolutely hated their job in food industry, especially when people are the a-holes that they can be to people. Oh no, why didn't I select?
Shallow waters rising fast, empty hollow field at last. Fleeting thoughts, they fill my mind with great hope in love divine.
My. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Am I? Alright, hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna do this easier, actually.
Hallowed evening rising past, hope the winter clears at last, beating drums that fill the shrine, wearing robes as red as
Okay, let's see. Sorry guys, I am in freaking concentration mode. And I see chat moving. I'm in the art epicenter. I worked at major theme parks, restaurants, hotels, and resorts, and I've been at the current job for 5 years. People act like kids in general, no matter the industry. I think working in general is not for everybody. Okay, so let's... We shouldn't have to live, or work to live.
Restless nights can't catch my mind when it starts to crumble. I can't fight this war inside, but I try to tighten my grip and stay above water when all the voices get too loud.
I didn't lick you. That was the bot. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. And how are you? KT Luhu? Luhu! Okay, so check it. That's what it needed, Blend. See? That's what it needed. It needed veinage. Am I right? And yes, you got my name right. 100 points to Gryffindor! Yes! I'm actually Ravenclaw, but that's okay. Also a fan of Cuttlefish Colors as well. I assume that's the team. Yes, I'm part of the Cuttlefish crew. Looks like leaves for wings. It's perfect. Yay! Hooray! Hooray! And then I forgot what I was doing. Because I decided to add veinage, and then I stopped doing what I was doing.
Nobody's nobody, and everybody is weird like you.
Katie Luhu, thank you so much for the follow. I don't have my mustache thing anywhere, so I'm just gonna do this. Thank you for the follow as I stare weird into the camera and show you my mustache finger. I'm sorry, I'm really tired. I've been streaming for 5 hours straight. And I keep telling myself I'm done with this piece, and I'm not, because I keep finding more things to add. Ha!
Losing my senses until I'm senseless. How much can you give me? 'Cause I'm empty in love. I'm breaking down, need something now. I swear it won't be wasted. One touch, losing my senses until I'm senseless.
And you can see my work right above my head. I usually do like darker type art, but I also host the monthly myth, which we learn different mythologies throughout the month. And this month is the Fae Dragon. So I don't usually work in such pastels, but hey, we're doing it. We're doing it. The Fae Dragon, one of my faves. Really? You know it? I hadn't heard of it before. I must ask you a question. I've been up since before 8 yesterday. I'm wiped, but it's a work all night and day kind of deadline to me. Oh my. I'm just catching up to make sure I got everybody's comments. I didn't realize how many people like Fae Dragons until we pulled this myth. I know, right? Everyone's like, I love Fae Dragons, and I'm like, what? I never heard of them before. Oh, it's a... I don't know, what do you think? Is it done? Trying to decide if it's done, guys. Let's sign it and see how I feel. Let's sign it and see how I feel. Let's sign it. I like it. Perfecto! We have Fae Dragon! Commence pastel! Oh my! I am tired. I embarrassed myself. Let's do this. I'm also giggly and I drink gross hot chocolate that's been sitting here for 5 hours. May I post a couple links of my mini factory? I have a couple dragon. What's a mini factory? What is that? Like, is it from a game? Yeah, the gross chocolate, hot chocolate. That's why all the food started talking. The food started talking. The food talk happened. See? I am that tired. Help me. It's a miracle at all that I was able to finish this at this point. Okay, let's print it, shall we? Should we print it? See how it turns out printed? I think I might have to darken my signature. Let's go a little darker with my signature. Or I mean a little lighter. Because I don't think it's gonna come out. Blues! Oh my gosh, blues do not print well. Well, that did nothing. That made things worse. Okay, we're gonna leave it. We'll see if it doesn't print. I changed it to white and it literally did nothing, so we're not gonna do that. Okay, so I'm gonna do print. Epson, let's go. Borderless. Whoa. Back feeder. I hope that's not 11 by 17s in there. I need to check. Premium. High quality. I'm not... I could have sworn there was more options. I am that tired. Okay, I'm gonna make sure that there's an 8.5 by 11 in my printer. E. That is a yes. A yes. Okay, let's print this. Come on. Print something good! Print it good! The printer's offline. No, it's not. You take that back. It's almost, oh my gosh, it's 2:28 right now. And I stream live on, TikTok today too. so I'm proud of myself. But about 6 hours for this one, so not bad. Starting from nothing all the way to now. Error! No. I'm just trying to get it to print. Right now it's freaking out. It doesn't know what it's doing. So I need to go to my printer.
know it sounds wrong, but I just wanna see you hurt. Knowing you're out there somewhere, happy is making it worse. This is a messed up lesson that I never wanted to learn. I don't wanna be the bigger person, don't know how to be the bigger person. I'm still crying you out. You're in every drop that falls to the ground. And I'm hoping that the
Whatever. I was trying to fix the Wi-Fi on it, and all of a sudden it's like, I'm printing! Yeah, now it's printing. It's like, I'm not gonna do shit! And then it's like, oh, okay, we're doing it. Figure it out! I popped in on TikTok when you were streaming, but I fell asleep as soon as I entered. Oh my gosh, Blend, I had so many trolls. People were so mean. But I was in a really, like, that kind of mood that's kind of like, yeah, you want to come and mess with me today? You're getting me telling you to fuck off. So, yeah, so I held my own. I didn't really tell people to fuck off, I just, held it with grace. But there was several people that came in and just jerks. It's a website with artists selling the 3D projects for 3D printing and such. Hold on, something is hidden. Oh, the STLs? Yeah, are you talking about the Fae Dragons with like the, like, if it's a free model thing? I know which ones you're talking about. The ones that are like interlinked and have like the long bodies? I have a 3D printer. It's right over there. Look at it. I wish I stayed awake. Been itching to switch the ban hammer. Oh, I needed lots of people banned. There was some major assholes. But it's fine. It's... I don't know. I got so many follows because there was so many trolls that came in and I handled it so well. I didn't ban anybody. And I just kind of... I don't know. Handled it with grace. And I think a lot of people appreciated the way I handled it, so I got a lot of follows out of it. Or maybe they're the trolls looking to come back to troll me again, which, you know, fine, whatever. We'll ban them later. It's not free, but there's lots of cool ones on there. Wish I had one. I'm jelly. Yeah, you're jealous of the 3D printers. I bought this one from my neighbor. He said he wasn't using it. I had one before with my business, but I never really used it. So when I moved, I ended up getting this one so I could teach myself, because I took 3D animation in school, so I know 3D modeling and all of that. I just don't know the 3D printing side. Oh. Guys. They turned out. It's cute. It is really dark there towards the bottom though. Another one to add to the arsenal of my art prints. Now I have a pretty Fae Dragon. People can get my prints. Thank you, Ozone. Yeah, I just finished him. I'm getting ready to end stream. Do you guys want a collective reading or should we end? Should probably just end today, huh? With me being as loopy as I am, I wouldn't do a very good reading anyway. But I will be back on tomorrow, possibly to do more art. And I'll definitely be on TikTok again tomorrow if I get a decent amount of sleep, which I need to go to bed now. But if you guys want to stick around for the raid, we'll raid somebody. I'm not sure where we would go though. But thanks for stopping in, guys. I put in this background and I just realized that I don't like how, oh my gosh. You know, I really should, before I print things, like really analyze it before I before I print. This is what I do though. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I forgot to turn those freaking wings down once I added the background. Damn it! It's okay. It's just one of those things that, like, I don't necessarily pay attention to. Okay, so these need to be motion blurred. Motion blur. There we go, that's better. And this one needs motion blurred. See, I need to, before I jump into printing. There we go. That's not gonna help lighten it up towards the bottom though in the print here. My artwork is just so dark when it prints. It's those blues, they practically print black. Me and my magentas. Sorry, I just see a few things that I need to fix before I end stream or I'm not gonna remember to. I was just looking at the print and some of these things are really harsh on the print. Not so much on the digital. Some of this lighting is just really harsh. There we go. I'll print another one tomorrow. How? Body awareness is gone. It's gorgeous. Thank you so much, Erie. Came out beautiful. Thank you. What program do I use? I use Clip Studio Paint. Yeah, I love this program. I sound like an ad with the amount of praise on this particular thing, and just I praise the crap out of it. Let me do one last thing. I need to blur my lighting. I just realized it's pretty strong. Shouldn't be so, those rays shouldn't be so crazy. Let's see. Did that do it? Got major rays here.
With every tear comes a love and nod. Every fight, all the time apart. When every second is come and gone. Together our love will keep us holding on. Running for us like the speed of sound. Breathe in the air, can you feel it now?
Okay, there we go.
Watching it scroll, I can never greed. We can survive and never die.
Oh, shiznit. What did I just do? Alright. I'm calling it. I'm gonna save this as an O2 though, because I don't know if I like what I just did there. It looks more like lighting and less like crazy rays. Magentas are pretty. Okay. Yeah, me and my magentas. You love the saturation? Yay! I'm glad you like it. I wasn't sure if I was gonna pull this off, so I'm happy. I was freaking out. Before I started stream today, I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how this is gonna turn out. We will see. That's the confidence I had. Okay. That's the thing. In it? Someone said that they were gonna be done. Oh my gosh, I did. I was like, oh, I'm gonna finish this other ride, I'm gonna end. And then I was like, I'm gonna play with patterns in the wings. And next thing I know, like, I did a whole freaking background. I even said, Blend, you were here when I said, I'm not doing a background on this. I'm not doing a background. And what did I do? I did a freaking background. Two hours later. I'm not doing a background. And then yeah. Totally said I wasn't doing a lot of this. Yeah, and you got to hang out with us. It's because I wanted a sticker and you said no? Ah! I didn't say no. Oh my gosh. But true. You said you would buy it if it was a sticker, and then look, I went too far. It's not a sticker anymore. It's not. Alright, so I'm gonna send you guys to the end screen. We're gonna go raid somebody. Dragon Cutie says, bye guys! Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow or in the future. Love y'all.